Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to another episode of San Jose by Night, City of Glass. Episode 3. Reaping What You Sow. The journalist Samuel Collins has been apprehended by Fishmonger, dragged into the depths of the sewer system. Really just pulled out, trying to dig in, well, Fishmonger's own grave. Fishmonger, having to pry some questions out of him, managed to end up doing so, and making sure that he's in a position where he's not able to end up suddenly pleading for help. Though then again, I imagine there's been a few tidbits that make things particularly difficult. But that's not the only reason to end up being concerned. You see, this task was given to them by Thresher. Thresher is a known commodity in the Camarilla, mostly because she's been one of the few who initially walked into the Camarilla with Brax when the declare of amnesty that brought in so many anarchs back into the fold. Well, when she ended up doing so, she very much became kind of Seneschal Brax, back then known as Baron Brax, into the fold. The situation is tense. But that being said, other complications have arrived. More than a few situations have started to bubble up. So that being said, we're going to jump right into it. Since it is a new night, I would like everybody to give me a rouse check before we begin.
How would I give you one of those?
Scroll down to the very bottom of your sheet, and there should be a button that says Rouse. Doc gets hungrier, Elliot gets hungrier. Can I have everybody's hunger at this current time? 2 for Summer. 1, 2.
I have
What are you at, Doc?
4.
Doc is at 4. And Fishmonger? 2. Doc, this is particularly concerning. So you're probably one of the most experienced members of this coterie, and so upon looking at the situation, you're more than aware that, well, let's just say that the beast has a tendency to get its way, one way or the other. And that can lead to some less than pleasant memories, shall we say. All too frequently, we end up seeing that the beast has a tendency to overtake one's sensibilities when you're hungry. Control for a vampire is primarily based on their ability to feed. Desperation starts to set in. And then the monster inside really starts to come out. Something to be cautious about, Doctor. Lest you make some more patience for yourself. Now, let us start first with Elliot. Elliot, you've opened up your personal haven to members of your coterie. Who are those members that are currently spending who is the member who's currently spending the evening with, well, the rest of it, or with you in your little domicile?
I'd say he would have offered it to Fishmonger, but I don't think he could find him.
He did end up leaving very suddenly, upon realizing a small piece of information. You have discovered that Fishmonger, well, is apparently what some in the kindred community would call a known corpse. Thankfully, upon visual inspection, that's very hard to confirm, but he seemed to be relatively urgent about it.
And given he was kicked out of Susie's house for the time being and has no way of contacting anyone, he would currently be on his own at his domicile.
And yet, for some odd reason, that bird, the one black bird that sits on the front, is currently right back where it started. You're not even sure if it left. Has it literally been sitting there this entire time? Who knows? Now, that being said, who was it that you were here sharing it with? Susie? And
Yes, we were at Susie's domicile when we ended the session.
Right. So that would be... Just trying to reconnoiter at this point. Thank you very much. Yeah, Elliot. Now, what about Lila?
Lila would have gone to her own apartment. She would have spent some time on the drive back, making sure she wasn't followed before heading there, and
hopefully you haven't garnered enough attention, but then again, the raid over at Summer's abode has definitely caused some issues.
paranoia's a bitch.
Now, let us go to Doc Saturday, who's woken up with a voracious hunger.
Things are definitely not. Considering the text tonight, I have no idea what they are up to or what shit they got themselves into, but I am sure that they can handle it themselves and they will contact me eventually.
We know that...
Might
Go on, Doctor.
But might have to ask a favor of someone to go check out Summer's location. Don't want to go there if something is.
Fair. Though, Doctor, I'm sure that you have your own concerns for the evening.
Yes,
Now,
at this point, I need something to eat.
or someone. I know that it's certainly upsetting the Doctor. I mean, he's even swearing in common speech. A true concern for avid professionals such as himself. Now, that brings us to Summer. Now, Summer, you have accepted succor from your sire.
Yes. Something I don't do lightly. But, given that the apartment was raided, I had very little choice. I would have gone to Susie's if I thought that we'd be safe. I couldn't be 100% certain. But after talking with Owen for a moment, remembering that I have a job to do, I intend to meet up with them there this evening. It's hard to wrap my mind around sometimes that I'm getting up in the evening rather than getting up during the day, but with that, getting everything together and figuring out what it is that we know and where we can find this Samuel Collins. That's the important part. We need to stop him, whatever it is he's doing. And hopefully, it won't be too late.
Apparently, you're muted, Eric.
That is strange. Sorry about that. Fishmonger, you find yourself in the tunnels, in the sewers of San Jose. The sad truth of it is that this was not a planned location. In fact, for the most part, you barely got out of it. If it wasn't for other circumstances, it could have been far worse.
Yeah.
But you have your hands on Samuel Collins, the journalist. You also have a few other problems, though. At this exact moment, you awake. You can see that Samuel is, well, I wouldn't say tied up. It's more like he's embedded in the wall. It's very clear that a few of his limbs are broken and mangled up into rebar you punched out of the corresponding wall, bent around his, well, let's just leave it to the imagination, shall we? Suffice it to say, if anybody else tried to get him out, they're either going to need some cutters or they're going to pry him right through a bunch of metal bars. You see that he's gone unconscious at this point. Probably spent most of the day trying to scream, but funny part about being out in the middle of nowhere, not many people to listen. Would have been probably drowned out by the traffic and just turned into another bit of ambient noise in the city. But you knew you took a risk. It's one that maybe luckily paid off. You ended up prying a lot of information from him, but primarily your focus was to end up learning, well, who told him to dig up a dead man's body? He ended up saying that it came from an anonymous source, one that has been feeding him information for several months now, and each time it got, or it seemed to be on point, or something that would be useful. Illuminati in the church, for instance, which you would also end up talking about ghosts that are apparently preying on people's souls, individuals who don't have souls. Instead, their camera or their image, when captured, seems to be removed. That a grand conspiracy, perhaps involving the government, may be creating creatures, monsters, that hide in plain sight. And the name here came as a suggestion, and he said he had to know. He had to know, and when he got a call, or when he got a message from a neighbor that apparently his apartment had been ransacked, he knew that somebody was on to him. He had to do it tonight, for the truth would be covered up. He tried to end up figuring out who else he told. He talks about trying to get a deal with some publishers, trying anybody who would pick up the story. But at best, he was even rejected from the tabloids, and apparently he knew that he was involved on something big when he tried to end up posting it to his blog and suddenly couldn't search it. You might get the educated guess of the Camarilla in San Jose, which certainly has its ties in many places, might be going out of its way. But if that's the case, what some of the events of the past night don't quite line up with this story, especially with who it was you now know was ransacking his apartment. San Jose's finest. And clearly doing it off the books and off the job. Seems like the ball's in your court now, Fishmonger.
Fishmonger's gonna, I guess, just kind of slowly approach, but try to stay in the darkness so that only those inhuman yellow fish eyes can sort of be seen, and the rest is more of a shadow so that he doesn't see the full inhuman appearance. And he's going to say, now that you've had some time to yourself, I think it's prudent to talk about the future. Some people who would be very interested to meet you.
You can see it in his eyes. He's probably already relieved himself, and that's, if he could do so, he would probably do so again. He is utterly terrified of you.
The only saving grace is it already smells like piss and shit down here.
Fact of the matter is that at this point, that's the least of his worries. You see him as though he's trying to, maybe like a cornered mouse or something, as though he wants to sink deeper into the wall to end up escaping you. Fishmonger, your visage, that grotesque smile with the jagged teeth, those yellow eyes, almost seem to illuminate even in the dark down here. It's not hard to stay in the darkness. If anything, you gotta fight to get the light. And even if your eyes adjust, you're still not sure what you're staring at. To him, he sees a monster. If anything at all. You hear the whimpering, the quick inhales through his teeth, trying to bite back some of the pain. Limbs aren't meant to bend like that, but his do. Now.
Before I let you down, though, I do have one more question. Did you contact the dead man's family to get permission to excavate the body?
No. I tried. I tried to end up talking to them. They wouldn't. It was just an interview. And I don't know what the hell is going on. I need to know. He blubbers on. You've no doubt that he has no reason to lie to you. Maybe a little more than trying to figure out who you were. Try and find a lead on how you're connected to all this. Though he has no idea that he's talking to a dead man. He does, however, know he's talking to a monster.
Alright, in that case, Fishmonger's gonna go, shh. It'll be okay. All of your pain will float away. Shit is better than morphine. And he's gonna go and feed on Samuel.
Okay. How much are you taking?
1 dot. Just because I'm only at 2, but I want also the hazy stupor, pain-killing, and also disorienting effect, because I'm going to pull him out of the wall after this.
I'm going to... He can't fight back, so you can easily take 1 point. But you're pretty sure he's not in any healthy condition at this point. You wrench him out of the wall with that inhuman strength, and maybe with just a little bit of the gas that you're getting from him. Now, with that being said, you also end up finding yourself invigorated. Oh, not too often do you end up getting the chance to take a feed where the person was allowed to stew in it. And so, right now, I am going to end up actually giving you an interesting little tidbit here. You're going to find that his blood is choleric. Surprising. Maybe he'd been trying to escape here this time, but with that, you also receive a clot. Disgracious. You received the clot Cycle of Violence. The next feeding on choleric blood slakes 1 additional hunger. Other blood slakes 1 less. However, in his stupor, you manage to get him out of the wall. He's not strong, not built like you. After all, for the most part, he's a pencil pusher, and probably the most amount of physical activity he got was trying to dig your own grave. So what do you do, Fishmonger?
I am going to, I guess, carry him over my shoulder and start the trek back to Susie's place, the place I left last night.
Going to be difficult, given the fact that you can't exactly carry him over your shoulder down the streets. Usually when you're walking around, you can hide yourself, hoodie, jacket, stay in the dark areas, sometimes take a back alley, but so long as you don't go directly in front of people, you can usually just kind of be dismissed as another passerby. But this would draw a lot of attention, so how do you intend to do that?
Well, most of the way, at least as far as I can take it, will be in the sewers. And then once I reach, I guess, the neighborhood, or close enough, I will climb to the surface. And I suppose my best option is to Weekend at Bernie's him. You know, at that point, try and plant him on the ground and carry him using my own weight as if he's drunk, out of his mind.
Well, not far off, I imagine, given what he's seen and endured and has been a part of in the past 48 hours. So let's jump to Doc. Doc, you're currently half starved and still need to end up gaining contact with the others. Your assistant Elliot, who's nowhere to be found, and well, you were warned by Susie to not end up poking your head out too much. You haven't heard hide nor hair of any threat that she may have suggested to you.
In that case, I have a bit of business to take care of. A usual routine. Go to the hospital, check to see what new patients we have, check to see who has died overnight, and checking the list of dead. That is when I usually.
Let's see how your luck holds out. Roll me a feeding roll. Now, at this exact time, this is not exactly what I would call a large clinic, would it?
No.
So I'm
Not
going
correct.
to make this a chase 1. So you need 6 plus on a feeding roll. Let's see on how well this turns out.
Let's see. Ooh.
6 successes, full on and no crit. Impressive, Doctor. Last night, or during the day, there was a horrific car crash. Unfortunately, the person who got hit didn't survive it. The person who caused the accident did. Sometimes life's just not fair. If you have that kind of sense about you. But most of it
Yeah.
is still intact. Outside of maybe the coagulation, you are able to end up, well, you've always asked for them to allow you to prep when possible. And so you go about your evening. The very first thing is to try and end up making sure that you preserve the body. And the removal of the blood is definitely one of those ways to end up doing so. It's cold. For most kindred, it's hard to stomach. They can't live off of dead blood. Not the way you can, at the very least. But then again, you also have this wonderful gift. Or curse. It takes a lot more effort than most kindred do, you see. When you're feeding on somebody who's still alive, they typically still have blood pressure. You, not so much. So it takes more than a few bites to do so, but it works. It's cold, detached, distant. And given the amount, I'm going to end up saying that you are going to take 3 points. After all, you don't have to risk killing anybody to do this. You just gotta hope that you get enough. So, with that being said, let us... What are you doing for the rest of this evening? I've no doubt that there are some concerns that the doctor would have.
The major concern is to find out what happened at Summer's Place. Because if whoever told me I should scram, I assume that it's going to be associated with new colleagues, especially someone that has never gotten my number. And I definitely don't know this one.
Certainly not.
So I would end up asking a couple run-of-the-mill gangs around that area to see what they can dig up about last night.
Doc, sometimes it helps to know people. And getting in contact with some of your normal, some of the normal channels might end up helping. That being said, what you would know is that apparently somebody who did a hit, no affiliations that you're familiar with, it definitely ended up going sideways at some point, though. Apparently, a few people ended up getting iced. Might have been, well, details are sketchy, but near as you can tell, a lot of the word on the street is it was some kind of hit, but nobody knows the affiliations of who the perpetrators were, or even the target, strangely enough. Usually when somebody's got beef with another, you kind of know. You know who's coming, who's going down, and this made it kind of speculative. Looks like a few people got caught up in it. Some individuals who may or may not have had it coming. Maybe the neighbor just happened to step out at the wrong time and got ventilated. But at this point, outside of that, you don't know much else.
Damn shame, true. Well, just makes more work for me. Run.
If you can end up securing them.
Pull a few straight. See what.
Well, that's going to eat up a small portion of your evening. Let's move on to Lila. What's Lila up to right now?
Well, she's probably making sure she's got everything set for the night, and then going downstairs into the bar to check in with her sire before heading out.
Any particular reason, or just a quick check-in?
Just a quick check-in.
Mm,
Rosita likes to keep an eye on her.
yeah.
Kind of hard for Lila to say no to.
Absolutely. Now, that being said, let's move on to Summer. Summer, you spent the evening at your sire's place, but that time has passed.
Hmm.
What are you doing right now?
I'm collecting my things, kind of putting them all together so that they're all kind of in the bags, kind of changed up and made myself presentable. And since it was for the one night, I am looking to leave respectfully and go about finding the rest of my coterie. We have work to do.
How do you
And-
intend on doing that?
Did Susie give me the address for her place?
I don't believe so. Susie's kind of. You would imagine she's somewhat paranoid right now. However, there. You do have the capability of backtracking her number. Play her own game, so to speak.
Yeah, that was the. I had texted her last night. And so I am going to text her. Where is everyone meeting? I need an address.
Let me take one quick look at Susie's sheet just to remind myself in case there is something that's coming to mind. You would all get a text from Susie. Seems to be a small hit little club, not too far away from where you would end up finding. It's just on the edge of Temptation's Ends, their domain, so to speak. Seems to be more of a old. You remember the old techno clubs back in the 80s, revamped into something more modern, but it still keeps that degree of nostalgia. Club Noir. For those who may end up receiving such a thing, it's a public space, but it can be garnered, or it can be used as a gathering place at the very least.
Okay. And so, on my way to going there, I am going to stop for a feed.
Very well then. Now, would you, again, this is going to be difficulty 6, because really you don't have too many places that you can hunt at.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you want to make it easier on yourself, but then you'd be poaching. In which case, that's another role altogether.
Yeah, I don't exactly want to do that. So, going about the usual fashion. I am trying to seduce someone,
No.
take them to a particular location, and then feed on them under the guise of I'm a prostitute.
Not hard to end up blending in, especially in San Jose. It's got its charm, certainly, and it tries to come off as squeaky clean, but like any other city, you know where to look, you know where to find. It doesn't take long to try and end up finding a John, so to speak, but you are in competition. These areas do happen to have a reputation, so to speak. And so I will end up asking you to give me your feeding roll.
And my looks play into this?
That is correct.
Okay.
We're looking for 6 plus.
Plus my specialty, of course.
That's 5 successes. Now, here's a question. Do you want to willpower that? Potentially boost up to 6, or do you want me to succeed at a cost?
What would be the cost?
The cost is I get to choose one roll tonight as an automatic failure.
Ooh, that's tough.
You get a guaranteed success for an automatic failure. My choice. I might not even call for the roll. I'm just going to end up presuming a fail.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna willpower it instead.
Very well. You still got 4 dice to play with. There we go. Summer. Since you've gone above on that, I'm going to allow this to be technically in your feeding type. After all, the rarefied taste of adventure means that
Yes.
you are, well, you've had to choke down the rest of the swill. It's difficult, but your brain still interprets it like that. Maybe that's part of the blood. Maybe that's the curse talking, but when you end up feeding on mortals, that rarefied taste, that certain flavor, is what you're looking for. So, with that being said, let us take a look. Not particularly potent, not exactly a rarefied dish, but it'll serve the job. And given the other options, well, it could have gotten far worse.
It's true. Given this line of work kind of leans into my rarefied taste, as hard as that is to choke down as a word. It's strange. This goes against everything that I've ever done as a mortal. I used to work on circuit boards for a living. And now I'm hooking up with Johns.
Not to
What does it all
mention,
come to?
it's amazing on how much the blood can change one's parameters, how they operate throughout the day. And yet, you feel a certain degree of confidence. There's something to being fed that just quiets the mind, that makes everything just feel like it's exactly how it's supposed to be. Now, that being said, you all, or since Elliot's the one spending time, you would have been told by Susie that she's got to do some backlogging. Obviously, last night has left her incredibly paranoid, and she wants to end up bolstering her technological defenses. She thought she was in a good hands, that she was able to end up handling the situation, that she had an understanding of what they were up against, and getting blindsided like you were last night has called into question her preparedness for it. As such, she will be not joining you. She needs to end up making sure that she's run through the security measures required. She didn't expect for somebody on peer with her to be able to end up rivaling her when it comes down to technological warfare. Black hats, white hats, gray hats. It's a wonderful mesh. So, with that being said, Club Noir.
Just as a quick side note, Summer would have picked up a second burner phone with the money that she got.
I'll make a note. So, who is it that is currently approaching Club Noir?
I'd say Elliot would probably be the first one, given he would have to walk, and he would have had Susie send the message after he left.
Lila would probably be pulling up about the time Elliot got there.
Same with Summer.
I would say that I can see Elliot and Lila coming in. I'll say if Doc's showing up and if Summer's showing up, they'll show up a little bit later. You guys obviously had the earlier portion of your night preoccupied. That leaves Fishmonger.
He'll show up, but probably a bit later, because like a good cam boy, he doesn't quite have a phone.
And and we're bringing over John or Mr. Collins
Samuel.
to
Yes.
They're bringing Mr. Collins over to Susie's place.
Yeah.
So, Susie can hold him for a while. But then again, we are leaving it in Susie's hands, and what's going to happen there, well, you've been warned about Malkavians before.
I mean, with the condition I left him in, he can't overpower Susie.
Not without a duffel bag, at least.
Yeah. So yeah, and then once he's finished that, he'll turn around and head to the club after getting the message from the horse's mouth.
Fair enough.
Not that Susie looks like a horse or anything.
So, that gives Elliot and Lila some time to organize their thoughts, to organize what's about to happen.
Elliot would have noticed Lila as they're both entering at around the same time, and he would wave her over a little and motion to a table in the corner.
And she go over and take a seat. Take it we're the only ones here so far?
Yes, from my understanding, Fishmonger disappeared for the evening. You know how night shift goes.
Yeah. Where's Susie?
She is preparing for a meeting in the virtual, if you get.
Ah, right, that whole ordeal.
Have you seen Miss Love by any chance?
Not since yesterday. I haven't seen. You're really the first I've seen since yesterday.
Yeah, speaking about that, as he leans forward and whispers a little, who are the people who raided the apartment?
I imagine this is not a good place to try and mention anything like that. As said, preferably in darker corners than this. But nothing good,
Answers
trust
my
me.
question decently enough. As he would lean back. Well, when we do see Miss Love, I need to talk with her in private, as much as I loathe this.
Really? You got a type or something?
Oh, no. So, thankfully, I have a little more respect for myself. But that's not. It's something I must bring up in private and has to do with the situation.
Fair enough.
And to do as what little respect I have for her justice, I will talk with her one-on-one about it before bringing it up to the rest of.
Well, hopefully everyone made it out alright.
Well, Fish, Susie, you and I did.
Yeah?
The good Doc, I think he was safe. I mean, he was dealing with some patients, so he should be alright.
Yeah, he
Just
wasn't
leaves Miss
there
Love.
with us when that happened, so all that's left to do is figure out where Summer and Fish are.
Indeed. I hope they're alright.
And I think it's about that time that you would end up having the answer to your question, as it appears that Doc and Summer both met each other out front, and they seem to be shadowed by a larger, lumbering figure trying not to make their attention too well known.
Speak of the devils.
For some odd reason, there's a small smell that may have wafted in.
Yes, I see. I think someone might have been dealt a skunk's hand if you get the meeting.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Yeah.
Miss Love.
Good to see you guys made it alright.
Yes. Yes, we're just fine.
Good. Very good.
On that topic, later, could someone run me through what happened?
As
Nothing good.
Lila said earlier, I do believe this is not the location for that.
Indeed. Why I said later.
And I kind
And
of
Doc,
take a seat next to Lila. So, everyone else fare okay?
Yeah.
There's some information that came to light that is of importance, but he would look over the fish. It seems I have less to be concerned about.
I'll just shrug and sit down beside Summer and say, why are we meeting here?
Well, dark place. No one to really overhear, but still wouldn't talk about certain things.
Certainly.
Probably just
I
the best
slept
place
in
to
the
get us all together
sewers.
at.
I didn't have much time to shower. Somebody's gonna
Yeah, I can tell.
start noticing me.
Hun, I notice you.
Yes.
That's bad
but,
enough.
I'm not too concerned about you. And he'll give you like a pat on the head.
Swat the hand away. Stop.
I take it Susie didn't want everyone meeting at her home?
She's preparing for more virtual meetings.
I don't think Susie wants us to see any more of her failures in person. So, giving her time to build up whatever she needs to
I
make it
wouldn't
secure
necessarily call
again.
it failures. She took every precaution that she needed to.
She just
took
wasn't
Perhaps.
expecting.
Precaution. But That just means that whoever we're dealing with is on our level. Someone who knows their way about as much as Susie and I do around computers.
Hmm.
You should stop using them.
In the digital age, it's hard to get by without it. But understanding the concerns that we all have in regards to electronics, I will definitely be making doubly sure that everything is not able to be traced back to us. We need to find Collins. That's our top priority. The rest of it can wait.
Oh. No, you don't need to wait any longer, Summer. I've already, let's say, captured Mr. Collins.
Oh,
He's sleeping off our confrontation at Susie's place.
oh.
Well then.
Well,
So that's where he went. That's good.
then shouldn't we be going back there and asking them questions?
He might need a couple hours to regain his senses.
Oh,
From what I gathered when I spoke to him, he doesn't know very much. Seems like he was being used by someone that he didn't really know. And yeah, he seemed to be fishing for proof because nobody would believe his stories.
it is a little outlandish. But
Little.
thinking back on it, Derek, the emails that Susie was able to, what little she was able to recover of them, did we get the idea that the person he was contacting was someone he knew, or just a contact somewhere else in the city?
You imagine that. Well, tell you what, roll me a intelligence resolve. See what you can recall and what you might be able to piece together from the knowledge you have.
Okay. That's 4.
You would end up guessing that, given what you've seen, a lot of crackpot stuff and a lot of very hacked journalism, so to speak. We started off with a person who was a complete and utter hack. And then suddenly, in the past few months, he starts investigating into, well, your own affairs. If you had to guess, this is either somebody, it's unlikely it's somebody he knows, but something changed. He's been getting information through a secondary or a new source, or somebody's doing something in order to end up garnering his attention.
Fortunately, the source is anonymous.
Perhaps for this very reason. You have no doubt.
Well, He has to know something about his source. Where he gets this information, where he talks to them, where something.
I can assure you I was very thorough. I don't
Fishmonger,
believe he would have. Yeah?
Fishmonger, to help you out in this regard, it started off with receiving weird letters. Occasionally, a envelope slipped under his door in the night, and when he went out to check, no one was there. He would occasionally get strange messages in either a spam folder or something like that, dictating a time and place. Dead drops, just very, very cloak and dagger, from what you understand. Whoever the hell was feeding him information definitely didn't want him to know their connection to whatever's going on. But you do know this: a lot of the photographs he didn't take.
So all of the information that he has, he's been fed.
Yeah.
Like a plant. Or maybe a fall guy.
Not so sure about that. He apparently it seems he was given enough information to stir up trouble, but not enough that would actually cause any trouble. Like I said before, no one believed him. Even the tabloids rejected his stories. There's
Which is
there's
odd,
another
because a lot of
reason.
his work was already crackpot to begin with.
Yeah, there's another. There's something else happening here. I think it has to do with the good doctor's new patient. And he'll turn and look at Doc Saturday. How's his recovery going? Oh, you're.
It is still a slow process. I am having people make sure that he is monitored 24/7. Still, it will take time to even fix his jaw so he can even attempt to talk. So, for the time being, he is resting.
If I'm to be perfectly honest, I don't think that we should keep either one of them for very long.
No, this is why the information that I have stemmed from last night has already been out. So people should be coming to check on him soon.
Who?
Think of it this way. You have a supposed cop in your hospital, and you don't think anyone would come investigate that immediately?
Does anyone know
Or
that
if
he was
word
a
got
cop?
out.
Me? I've worked with him. He was the new guy in my department. He is the 6 months new guy. Fresh out of the academy.
I see. So you're linked to this too, somehow. Oh boy. This keeps getting messier and messier, doesn't it?
As question is, what do we do with the two of them?
Well, I already know what we're doing with Samuel. We were ordered to make him quiet, right?
We should also inform Thresher about all of that, too.
Yeah. Do you know how to get a hold of her?
I might have a theory for that one.
Well, you might remember that her stomping grounds, the way that she ended up getting in contact with you the last time, ended up going back to the San Jose Improv.
We could always go back to the comedy club. Let's wait her out, see if she shows up. But I feel that I should come clean about something to you. I went to my sire because I didn't have anywhere else to go. Without discussing it with you.
So you turn to your sire for shelter. That's practically nothing.
That's
Unless
not the
there's
way that
something else.
Thresher's going to see it.
It was a test
Thresher.
that wants to do the desires.
Thresher explicitly said, reaching out to your sires is going to look bad. And I wavered.
It wasn't just shelter you were looking for. You literally went to him for help then on this. Didn't you?
I at least informed him. I don't know if he will do anything to help. But in doing so, reminded me that we have a job to do. And that should something come up where there's consequences, because it's a test, and we would have failed as a coterie. And I'm the one who failed you all.
We'll deal with the sire thing when it comes up, if it comes up.
It will come up.
I'm sure they're not going to fail us if we give them everything they asked for. You may just get a stern talking to.
We, because we're a coterie. We're guilty by association, all of us.
Well, then we'll all get a stern talking to. But we have Samuel, and we can deliver him right to Thresher if she wants.
What I'm saying is that my sire said that we have to go above and beyond in order to be able to kind of cover what it is I did.
So that means getting more information.
So yes, we can simply get away with doing exactly as we're told.
Or we can go further.
And continue. And I'm the one who faltered. I think it kind of rests on my responsibility.
Yeah, I'd agree
Well,
with that.
just tell me what you need and I'll help you out.
Well, Samuel has a source. And so far as they know, or potentially do know, they may or may not know that he's skipped out, that his apartment was ransacked. They don't know that we have him in custody. So what if we were to lay some bait? Get this contact to come by again. Leave him something else.
What are you thinking?
Well, we stick it out. Wait for something. Wait for that piece of information to show up, since they were fairly anonymous. And when it does, we catch them in the act. We can clean up the apartment. We can set up security cameras. One of us could even be
The
there.
police investigation is over. It has only been a day.
You said you're good with computers, right, Summer?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Do you think you could send an email, make it look like it's from Samuel to the anonymous source?
Theoretically, it's possible.
So,
It's not usually that hard to fake.
if we're gonna lay bait, it has to be juicy. And I think we could use what Samuel was looking for to draw them out and ask them for a meeting.
That's some dangerous territory there, Fish.
We live in dangerous territory.
I mean,
Missing
I
a
think it
little
has
bit of
better chances of having them show up than just staking it out. As soon as they learn that Samuel is missing, they're probably gonna like burn the bridges. They're not gonna come back looking for him. But if we pretend to be Samuel and ask for a meeting, and offer the information he's supposedly found, which I'll share in a more discreet location, and he'll look around to see if anyone's
Roll
glancing their
me.
way.
Roll me a wits awareness. It's going to be a fairly high difficulty, as the club definitely has a fair amount of people, and doing so, trying to keep your head low, is difficult, but not
Oh yeah,
impossible.
3.
Could
Yes, you could. He could assist. So
That's another D10. No, this 3.
you don't see anyone. No one seems to be paying attention to you. There's some people who are more just interested in maybe getting laid or getting drunk. Some people who are just here to have a good time. Others trying to end up maybe taking their chances on the dance floor, sparse as it is. But no one seems to really be paying too much attention to you. In fact, maybe.
So Fish is gonna. Oh, go ahead.
I was about to say, perhaps even just that slight twinge of odor that is resonating out of that corner is giving you a wide berth, incidentally playing into your benefit.
Oh, that's nice. I'm surprised no one has asked me to leave yet. But yeah, I'll turn back to those and say, just trust me on this. I'm pretty sure whoever it is that has been feeding him these tidbits will probably want to know.
If you're fine with that much risk, then I guess I'll support you.
Do we have a way of accessing his email? Or are you going to be able to wrangle that out of him too?
I'm leaving that up to Summer. She's much smarter and more technologically apt than I am.
Well, I could simply ask him for his email address and password.
It's possible.
But I have to make it look like it's coming from his own IP address, so it's going to take a little bit of setup.
I guess that means we should get going.
We should get this taken care of as quickly as possible because we don't want this spreading much farther than it already has. And this source knows way more than Collins did.
And I think with that, we're going to take a quick little break. Don't go anywhere, everybody. And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. It took a little bit of prodding, a little bit of back and forth that has caused some issues, suffice it to say. But after gaining contact with Samuel for a brief moment, his time is of the essence before the trail goes cold, before anyone suspects that Samuel is gone. We have a trail to follow. While at this point the coterie could just call it here, Samuel has been apprehended, silenced, as was the wants of the Camarilla. The coterie does not seem fit to leave well enough alone. As such, Summer has placed a trap, so to speak. It's a location that's far enough away, removed, should anything untoward happen. A location for a new drop, so to speak. The anonymous source has actually, I should stand corrected, was the one to give the location, but it's definitely far enough removed. Section of street which is more mini malls and, well, there's dentistry at the corner. Not exactly places known for a nightlife. Supposedly, under a clothes donation box, you'll find what you'll need. However, time's of the essence at this point. They dictated the terms, implying they can probably get there first. So the first thing is how is the coterie arriving at this location? Should take maybe 15 minutes to get there if you were to go traditionally by car, but maybe they're calculating you coming from a different location, or maybe a hotel or something like that.
I'm definitely going by my car. Anyone who would like to ride with me may.
Doc would take Summer up on that.
So Doc's flying with Summer. I'm presuming Lila's going by bike.
She can take one person with her.
Who
Elliot
is
will ride with Lila.
leaving Fishmonger? I'm presuming to go with Miss Love. Can't hear you, Fishmonger. Usually that's my problem.
You're muted, Ive.
Shit. It was a funny joke, too. I was saying it would be funny. It's like a speedboat, you know, where the front side is tipped up. For the bike, you'll be popping a wheelie most of the journey.
So Doc
Yeah,
and
I'll ride.
Fishmonger are riding with me?
Fly.
Okay.
Fishmonger's riding. Okay. So this is going to be... I'm going to need a... Alright. We're going to end up using this as more of a composure drive.
Okay.
This is a high stress, but not high octane. And you want to get there quick enough. Now, because this is a drive test, it's not like multiple people can use the wheel. So, this is going to be entirely on Summer and entirely on Lila.
Oh no.
Excuse me.
And always rouse
I'm
the
gonna
blood.
go ahead and rouse for this.
Ooh.
Lila, you get a little bit hungrier. Summer,
Oh.
you already roused the blood and lost one earlier, but
Yeah, I did.
Ooh.
I
Wow.
Let's go again. Ooh, yikes. Oh, no.
that
Nope,
is
I
6
don't.
successes by Lila.
I don't. I need this to pass.
Ouch.
Is there a 1 in there? Well, it's just a regular failure, not a epic failure, so no car crashes.
Hmm.
Alright.
Good at least.
However, that does mean one of you arrives there soon enough. Perhaps. Lila, the bike offers you a certain degree of mobility. The amount of few times you had to jump the curve. Seems to be some construction suddenly slowing everybody down. You're far, far ahead of where Summer is. You lost her car in your rear view probably 10 minutes ago. Lord knows on how long it's going to end up taking them to get through this, plus any other unforeseen circumstances that you otherwise may have had. But you do get to this mini-mall location. I'm presuming you're not driving directly up to it, but you definitely see, just beside that dentistry office, the clothes bin for donations. Old pair of shoes, or maybe some clothes that don't fit, toss it in. Help the homeless kind of situation. You do see it. What are you going to be doing?
She is going to be parking out of sight.
Lock up the bike. Get ready.
Yep. And quietly get closer to it, kind of stake out the area.
Okay, I'm going to ask
There's
you...
anyone else around?
Roll me a dex stealth.
I'll also be stealthing.
Fishmonger, I thought you were going with Summer.
Oh no,
Oh, yeah, you're in
I'm-
my car.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you're
Elliot
in the
with
car.
me.
Elliot's
I was
with her.
I was under that impression.
That's fine.
Okay. All right, Lila. Lila, I would like you to also roll me a wits awareness. Is there any abilities you're using or anything like that while you're here?
I'm actually checking through them now.
Fair enough.
I would like to pop heightened senses to start.
Elliot, when did you get there?
I'm on the
Elliot
bike.
was with me
Oh,
on.
Elliot's on the bike. Okay,
Yeah,
all right.
Elliot answered that first.
Okay, all right. I am so
I
confused
think
now.
she will have Cat's Grace popped.
Okay.
The dex.
Elliot, I am going to need you to also roll me a dex stealth check then.
Next stealth.
So, means I automatically pass that. Woohoo! And then you need what's awareness from me.
Yes, I do. I'm going to need wits awareness from both of you, unless Elliot's doing something funky.
You said Dex, right?
That is correct.
3 successes.
3 successes. Surprising.
Yeah, I would like to pop heightened senses from aspects to see what I can hear, given the nature of it.
Oh, never mind, not Cat's Grace. I forgot that's only for balance stuff.
Yeah.
That's stealth.
All right,
correct
Elliot.
that.
I'm going to need a awareness as well.
Awareness and what?
This is going to be a wits awareness. How good of it do you keep your head on your Yeah, your head on a swivel.
And if I am correct, I add the +2 from aspects to it.
That is correct if you are using heightened senses.
And indeed I am. I think I'm gonna willpower.
Okay.
With the new night, the willpower refreshed, correct?
That is correct. Up to your maximum composure or resolve, whichever's higher.
Am I able to re-roll that 1 or no?
The 1?
Yes.
You mean the 10 you succeeded
No,
at?
the 1, the 2, 3.
Yes, you can re-roll any of your normal dice. If you wanted to, you
Alright,
can re-roll that 10 if you wanted.
I'm not that stupid. It didn't matter anyway.
Okay. So 3 successes. And awareness was 4. Lila, you keep an eye out. And there is something off. It starts when you end up realizing that this place is wide open. You think about where that bin is located. It's not exactly subtle, and you'd have to walk across the parking lot. Maybe that small bit of a predator that you are suddenly comes in. You start looking about, and you see it. A figure just across the street. There, it's a silhouette. Thin, small, dark. Observing from a rooftop. And they definitely see you as you see them. Elliot, you don't see anything. Nothing out of the ordinary at the very least. But, Lila, your eyes look up. You're pretty sure that figure is looking at you.
I see any details about this person?
It's too dark. You're lucky you managed to see anything. Most people would never need to check the roofs. This person managed to get up there. It seems to be observing.
She's going to quietly tell Elliot about it, and also in the same sentence tell him not to look up at them.
He will simply just nod and continue what he's doing, which is just listening.
It's quiet, Elliot. Incredibly quiet. Lila, what are you doing?
She's going to go back over to her bike and act like she's just going through something and keeping an eye on the figure. See what they do. She doesn't like the feeling of someone watching them like that, but she doesn't know for sure whether they're kindred or not.
It takes a little bit. But you manage to get to your bike. And you're trying not to attract attention. Are you trying to pretend like you didn't see them?
Yes.
Roll me a composure plus subterfuge.
Oh, that's a little bit better than it could be.
Lila,
Mhm.
you only got one success. I'm going to ask, would you like to succeed at a cost?
What's the cost?
The cost is that at some point I'm going to choose a roll. And that roll fails or succeeds on my whim. Now, this could work out for you. It could also horribly
out.
screw you. Depends. How am I feeling tonight? Do you trust me with that kind of power?
I don't
Sure.
trust you, period. That's the problem.
The wisest words said this entire chronicle.
You know what? I'm not going to take it. We know she can't lie worth shit. Let's just play into it.
Okay. So you try. Yeah. You're watching, using your bike's rear view to see if you can keep an eye on them. You try and end up playing it off. Elliot, what are you doing at this time?
Honestly, he probably just followed her back, having not seen the person, doesn't really know where to look, even if he wanted to, so he's just walking back like he's normal.
And it's about that time, I would say then, if you're not actively doing anything, that another vehicle pulls up. Summer, you, Doc, and Fish manage to end up pulling out. End up arriving at the location. Maybe a little ways away. What are you doing when you're pulling up? Is there anything I should be made aware of?
She is. She's making sure that they're parked in a place where it's a little inconspicuous. That if Fish wants to so hide, he can. That him getting out of the car and disappearing doesn't provoke anyone to come and see what's up. You know, taking that into consideration when they park, and ultimately go to find Lila and Elliot. Hopefully in a sort of secluded and not very open space, even though the space is very open.
Well, it's a little ways down, but it's not a wide open parking lot like this mini mall has. So, with that being said, what about Doc and Fish?
Sneak time.
Doc
She's gonna
would
try
stay in
to.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, Fish is going to try and case the joint while trying to not be seen.
Alright. Roll me a dex stealth, and then roll me a wits awareness.
Right. I'm going to pump my dex because I am not dexterous. So I'll rouse for that.
Easy come, easy go,
Oh.
fishmonger.
Good thing I already drank. What a good drink it was. Alright, stealth and dex to sneak.
Now remember, your blood dice don't increase until after the roll.
Alright. Mm,
That will
I'm
be
gonna want to
a
will.
critical failure if you do not get at least one success.
Yeah, I'm gonna willpower that. Okay. 2 successes is better than a critical failure.
Fair.
We'll keep that and wits and awareness for the perception.
That is correct.
I'm not going to burn blood on this.
Okay.
Just take what I have. And that's 3.
Do you want to willpower that?
I'm okay with that. I can only willpower 1 die.
You don't see much of anything, Fishmonger. You try and end up keeping yourself inconspicuous, which is difficult for an individual of your size, granted. But you do manage to end up finding yourself able to maybe be able to end up keeping yourself not being noticed in this vehicle. Doc, what are you up to?
Doc would take 1 to 2 minutes sitting in the car, kind of commenting in his head, why did Summer have to drive like a blind old woman? Then kind of looks out the window, kind of seeing that it's definitely nighttime. His eyes shift from his normal dark brown to a glowing, waiting eyes of the beast. He is going to step out and take a look around.
All right, roll me a wits awareness. Roll me a wits awareness here.
Gonna rouse to help this out. Ooh, I'm hungry. Kind of want to roll that.
Well, you can do that, or you can succeed at a cost. And I will even be kind enough, Doctor, to actually reduce the gambling. Since nobody wants to trust me with the roll, I will end up simply here offering this. You can succeed, but it's going to take at least 1 aggravated willpower.
Very well.
Doc, when you
I will
step
take
out,
that.
most people struggle to end up seeing in dark. For you, though, it means absolutely nothing. You can see the entirety, anything that would get that low light from street lamps. Doesn't stop you from being able to notice something. A figure, thin and black, standing on a rooftop that overlooks the entirety of the mini-mall. They seem to be observing. The hair's long and dark, as are the lips. Though the hair drapes over their face quite a bit, it only serves to accent extremely pale skin. Almost has a goth look to her. As she's looking over her eyes seem to focus, and you might notice that you're having a hard time seeing pupils. It's just two white orbs. You're not sure what she's looking at.
That definitely not. Would I be able to see Fish and Summer?
You can see everybody. For the most part, you pulled up fairly close to the bike. Not right up to it, as you're not trying to garner attention, but a healthy amount of distance. But you definitely see each other.
Going to act like I can't see the individual up top and kind of brush by Fishmonger and whisper, "Be careful."
Roll me a composure subterfuge real quick, as you're trying to feign that you don't see this individual.
Okay. And as I'm walking over, Doc's eyes would go back to
normal. Not that hellish red that fills them every time you activate your abilities.
Yeah.
Okay.
You said composure subterfuge, correct?
That is correct.
Sure.
Fair enough.
I am re-rolling 3. I don't like the 2. I want to be a bit convinced. Ooh, damn.
2 successes a total. But your beast doesn't take the better of you. Though you feel fairly confident, you start to warn Fishmonger. Silently, as you end up crossing paths. You do all manage to meet up with the onlooker on high.
What time you guys showed up?
I was being careful.
Did you
Yes,
get pulled over by the police?
No.
No. She was
This-
driving like a blind grab.
I mean, it's not her fault. That raccoon kind of just came out of nowhere.
Trying to avoid hitting the wildlife. I see.
It
Meanwhile-
was totally a turtle.
Jumping the curb on a Harley is always fun.
Yes, well,
It
I don't
was
exactly
quite
have a
enjoyable.
Harley.
Uh,
Mine's
None
a
of you
beater-old
have any-
Buick.
None of you have any objections. I would like to confront our guest.
We have a guest.
Innocence.
Yes.
The one we invited out here.
We
Laid
should.
the bait.
Mm.
Looks like someone bit it. They seem to be watching the road intently. Waiting for the arrival, maybe. But I'm sure they're not watching the nearby alleyways. So I think I'm gonna try to climb up to the roof. And,
Be careful. They are definitely not
Definitely not what?
Normal.
Is he just gonna give you his snaggletooth grin and he's gonna say, don't worry, Doc, I'm not normal either.
Something you both have in common. Yes.
Out of all of us, I think the person most equipped to be on his own would be Dear Fish.
I will keep a look, just in case.
Yeah.
Get off
Just
the
to
roof.
make sure whoever it is doesn't get away.
Do be safe.
I stand out like a sore thumb.
So, if I'm to understand this, then Fishmonger is going to take the direct route. And Doc is going to observe from the car. What else is everybody doing?
Lila would stay by the car.
Just in case
I'm
a fast
actually-
getaway required. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm actually going to check the actual drop and see if there was something dropped.
Hmm.
It's going to be by the bike. He at least knows how to use it in case he needs to.
This might make things worse, but let's take a look.
And you said, Elliot, you say you're staying by the bike? Did I overhear that?
Yeah. I said car, but I meant bike. But
Okay. I'm just trying to get a sense of order.
yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
easily confused with so many players. So let's start off with the easiest one. Summer. You start to walk towards the clothes donation bin. And you start to overlook it. And it takes a second before you check behind the bin. You see just a small folder with a little bit of duct tape pressed on it to keep it attached to the back of the bin, out of sight for most people. Could have been left there for days, but this looks fairly fresh. I mean, hell, the duct tape hasn't even gotten old enough to peel. And as you do so,
Kind of looking around, keep an eye on my surroundings just a little bit.
you don't see anything in that regard. Nothing more than you already have. But you will see this. You open up the folder. Small brown envelope, something you'd find at Staples. But when you pull it out, you see what appears to be a printed photo. It's of a young man in an officer's uniform. And you can almost see the red ink bleeding through the back as you flip it over. Where is he? And you see, as you look over it, Officer Brian Wilson.
Is that the name of the officer that we kidnapped?
That is. Though I think this is the first time you've ever had the opportunity to actually learn the name. As I don't believe Elliot actually opened that information.
Kind of cocking my head a little bit. Definitely keeping even more aware of my surroundings now. Do I catch a glimpse of the person that's been watching us rooftop?
You have already rolled, so I'll give you.
I have
one
not
more.
actually.
Oh no, that's
No.
true. Roll me a wits awareness, please.
All right.
You're not trying to stealth anything, so
Nope. I'm out in the open. I am okay with that.
difficulty is 4. Unfortunately, Summer, you don't see anything. Though your companions certainly seem to be operating under it. You're standing there with the photo and a small, nondescript envelope. But that being said, let's go to Fishmonger. Now, Fishmonger, you're going at this alone, if I understand this correctly.
Pretty sure. I mean, no one else seemed enthused about climbing the side of a building.
No. Fire escapes are quite the invention. And with your height and your capabilities, it's not hard to pull yourself up into the first raft and maybe even use that weighted ladder that pulls itself up. Once you start to make it to the top, you observe. You can see them. They're still standing there. Though their position is shifted a bit. Standing sideways, observing you come up the ladder. The street lights make it hard to see, but you can definitely see a pale figure, darkened hair and lips. Roll me another wits awareness, would you?
I'm pretty average at it, but maybe I'll notice something.
You do notice
Two.
something. You do notice something with 2 successes. You notice that beneath her hair, along one side of her face, the cheek is pressed in more. Like a large chunk of skin has been removed, or maybe is molded into gums, and large serrated teeth poking out. Her eyes are blank. There's no pupil, no iris, just white orbs. She's looking at you, then looks back at the others, and back to you.
Hey. If you're just gonna raise a hand and say hi there, I'd like to ask you a few questions.
Funny, I had a few of my own. Let's start with the obvious one. Who are you?
Me?
You're not
I'm
Collins.
Fishmonger.
Fishmonger. You see, she gets an inquisitive look on her face. Maybe as though she's thinking over and trying to break things down for a minute.
And take a small step forward. And I'm gonna say, spreading information to the humans is considered a social faux pas.
Is it now? Seems like everybody's doing it.
Well, if everybody, stood out in the sun, would you do that too?
I miss those days.
Mm.
You're a haunt, right?
A what?
Haunt. That's what they call you.
No, they call me Fishmonger. I'm a little confused. Oh.
That's okay. It's a confusing world. I find it particularly fascinating. But if it was
Is there a
so
name I can call you by?
me, I'm like you, I'm a ghost.
Are you now? And I'm gonna take another few small steps forward and say, well, uh, does that mean if I try to touch you, my hand will pass through?
More likely you'd lose it.
Hmm.
You're taking steps forward and continuing the conversation because you're hoping to grab me. Problem. We're a long ways up. You jump at me, I grab you, we both fall over, and we stop getting answers.
Really?
Mm.
I thought you were a ghost.
I said we'd stop
Surely
getting
you'd survive a
answers.
fall.
I would. I
Ah.
don't know about you. Besides, that's not why you came here.
Now, I came to see why you were feeding Samuel Collins information about things he shouldn't know.
Maybe he wasn't the one I was feeding.
Oh, he certainly knew things he shouldn't have.
Did he?
Got him
What did
in
he know?
trouble with me.
With you? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. So I'm gonna guess he's dead.
No, he's still alive.
That's rare.
Because he has to answer to people more important than me. Again, like I said, it's considered social faux pas, but it's also against the rule.
What rule
I
did I
don't make
break?
the rules, but I do have to follow them.
Okay, there's rules. Last time I checked, one of those rules is you can't kill me and I can't kill you. Do I have that correct?
It's basically correct, yeah.
So you even risking it would be breaking one of those rules, wouldn't it?
Of course, I never said I was here to hurt you. I just wanted to
You seem to be
talk.
taking some steps towards something that's clearly dangerous. Tell me, why is it that you look like that?
Fishmonger will shrug and say, well, it's a little rude to talk about a person's appearance, don't you think? I didn't ask you about your eyes and your cheek.
Oh, I'm just asking. She pulls her hair back a little bit to let it be in more plain view. Because I'd like to get answers for this.
Well, I can assume then that you're newly dead.
Something like that.
How long has it been?
Yeah, I seem to be answering a lot of questions. But tell you what, you told me about Colin, so I'll give you this one. About 4 years.
Yeah, Fishmonger can't hide his shock at that. 4 years. Right. Well, the short version is I look like this because Uh, I got a blood transfusion, and the blood didn't really agree with me. You can think of it as basically over-exaggerated allergic reaction.
Roll me a manipulation subterfuge, please. Is
Okay.
that even if it's
That's one way to describe it.
even if it's a technically right, you and me both know you're trying to feed something here. So
Yeah. Yeah. He doesn't want to say the word Nosferatu or vampire just yet, so that's only one success. So,
all right. Well, now that we have a reveal,
yeah.
All the
let us take a look. What's insight? Okay. Well, she got significantly more than one.
Yeah.
She looks at blood transfusion. That's an interesting way to go about it. Allergic reaction, so wow. Guess that answers a few questions. Okay. Well, sorry if I tiptoed on some of your rules. Still figuring them out. Not exactly spelled out, so. But I figured out a few of them.
I guess it is a little still a bit sore for me. It's only been about a month or two since I died.
Oh.
So still getting used to it.
Wow. I'm currently just trying to get answers. What am I? Where is this all going? The big questions. Why is it that so many dead people keep walking out of their own graves? These are things I kind of want
I can promise you answers, but they'll take a little more than a clandestine meeting on a rooftop between us.
to know. I'm sure.
If you're willing to seek them out, I suggest you come down with me and meet the others.
Only reason I didn't skip out is because you came alone. Alone's good. Alone means I can just talk with you. Besides, we got something in common. We're not like them, are we? They got to keep their face.
True. Each one of them has their own quirks and problems, though, just like any of the living.
The living. Any of the living. Any of the living. You notice she's parodying your words, that like maybe she's rolling them around, like trying to make it sound more natural. At the very least, Sam did his job. Which, I guess, is more than enough.
So he was bait.
To an extent.
Well, your bait has definitely hooked a big fish, and as he says that, he'll grin at her.
You see that despite her disfigured demeanor, even she has to, like, ugh, when you do that. It's probably not wholesome. Maybe she's not
No.
used to seeing others as disfigured as herself. Wow. The whole point of it was to end up seeing where the threat would go. I really didn't want to end up having to see him or his place get torn up, but there were complications.
Yeah. We're dealing with some of those now.
You're dealing with.
Yes.
And who put you onto that?
Well, like I said before, there's people more important than me. Those who made the rules and enforce them. They're the ones who I'm working for, basically.
Love to get to meet them someday. But not right now. After all, we just met. But I wouldn't say you're not important, fish. Do yourself a disservice that way. She looks out, back at the others, and starts to take a few steps back towards the ledge. I hope that we get to meet again. I'll be watching. After all, you're very fascinating.
Thank you. But I'm gonna need your word that you're not gonna try this again with a different human.
I'll do whatever it takes to get the answers I need.
You poke the bear again. It may not be me on the other end of the hook. Maybe someone less understanding. But if you have a way I can get in contact with you, perhaps we can have open discussions like this in the future.
Maybe. Fish. I guess I'll have to end up figuring that part out on my own. She takes another step and she steps back onto the ledge towards the front of the building, stepping away from you.
I won't pursue her. I'll just stand where I am.
Before I ask, or before I head out, there's one thing. You didn't happen to figure out who else was sending Sammy Boy all of those other pieces?
You mean pictures?
She nods.
Honestly, I assumed it was you. But we do have someone else who currently can't speak. I'll look into him.
We'll have to find out. She takes a step back. And as she begins to fall, she just extends her hand, much the same way you did, in a little wave. The rest of you watch as she takes a step down and she starts to plummet. Feet first. Falling down 5 stories. She goes down past the hedge line, but you don't hear the thud. You hear nothing.
All right.
Definitely not normal.
Is that normal?
Not at all.
No. We have a problem.
And Fish has some explaining to do.
Fish is gonna just be alone with his thoughts for a minute. Because seems to be a bigger plot stumbled into. And then he'll climb back down and join the others, ruminating over the fact that there seems to be this fledgling vampire that's older than him, but knows less about being kindred than he does. The fact that she has delved into investigations on other kindred. The fact that her target for these info leaks was the same as a possible Second Inquisition target. Very dangerous.
Mr. Fishmonger, who was that?
Well, a ghost, I guess. That's how she referred to herself.
I wouldn't have happened to have heard of that that name, would I?
I'd like to again.
Is that an assist or is that a separate role?
Assist.
Oh,
I
okay.
mean,
That's 3. Yeah, I think I want to do that.
You want to willpower it? Okay.
Yep. So that's re-rolling 2. God damn it.
People are stealing out of my dice bag again.
Well,
That's 3 altogether.
Summer, This isn't the first time. If you recall, your sire once said he was looking into a matter involving a ghost. But he made it very clear he wasn't talking about a literal one. You've heard rumors, after all, if vampires are real. The obvious question is, are ghosts real? Mummies, werewolves? Is Frankenstein's monster an actual thing? These are the obvious questions that any fledgling with a sire of note would probably ask, especially one as inquisitive as yourself. So,
Yes.
with that in mind, you have heard of. It's a kindred who has been around the city, but has never really got involved in either the Anarchs or the Camarilla. Best way to describe is a unbound.
Pretty sure she's kindred. She doesn't seem to know that she's kindred or what we even are. But she's
Why did
been
she-
one for 4 years.
Why did she call you a haunt?
Good question. For the
I've heard of
moment,
someone.
gonna share that though.
I've heard of someone who goes by that moniker,
Hmm.
but they don't associate themselves with the Camarilla.
No, I got the impression she's a lone ghost.
Which makes her more dangerous.
I thought all
Hmm.
vampires had a sire that was supposed to teach them, even from these anarchs. How would they have survived all this time without someone to teach them what they are?
As long as you get a steady supply of food, you can stay alive.
So has she been stealing from Temptation's End, I wonder?
Could have been stealing from other places too.
Probably.
Either way, she's dangerous.
Hmm. I think she likes to think so, but I impress on her the importance of not spreading information like that again.
I doubt
And
they would follow that, given their track record.
Well, in that case, they're gonna get a visit from someone more nasty than me.
Fishmonger, you went
Yeah.
through the photographs and the documents in the duffel bag last time, correct? Like you were involved in that?
Not all
No.
of them.
Okay. No, so there is a key point of information Fishmonger specifically is missing.
I believe so.
any way you look at it, she's been feeding information to Collins.
Yes. She admitted as much.
And if I recall correctly, that was about a Mr. Novak, correct?
Yes.
And whether he was, according to the dossiers, still in his grave.
Oh, he's not in his grave.
So what incentive does she have to feed that information to him?
Well, for one thing, she can't. He knows we have Samuel, and that he's going to have to answer for what she's done.
She is going to have to answer for what she's done.
Well, if she were to be punished like that, we would have to catch her. And given that disappearing act, I think we might have our work cut out for us.
Indeed.
This goes above us now.
It does indeed.
We informed Thresher about what we found, who we found, and supposed to have to take it from there.
There is one thing that I am wondering. Did she admit to taking those pictures, Fish?
No,
By which
someone else sent them.
Someone else sent the pictures?
Yeah, I'm assuming it's our good friend, the doctor's new patient.
Why
Your
would he want to
police,
steal the pictures that he took?
because they're evidence that could link back to him.
I don't think that would
Probably
be the case.
no.
I think we might want to question him.
Yes,
than we
I
already
still
are.
want to question him. However, the good doctor has told us he's in no state to be questioned yet.
And frankly, I don't think this can wait any longer.
Mm-mm. No.
This has to be dealt with now.
Well, unless you all have an idea to question a man who's medically unable to.
We're not going to question him.
Oh, how are we going to get the answer then?
We'll have to find some other way. Right now, he's not able to answer. What we do know, we do have to report on. And the more we wait, the more danger that everyone will be in. Because of Ghost.
I don't really think she's all that dangerous.
You don't know shit.
Neither would you.
Currently, we are dealing with the
Us know
unknown. It is better to be safe than sorry. Proceeding forward. And right now, unless we spend longer investigating the cop or going after Ghost, we have nothing right now.
So the
I
next thing
propose
we
we
do
can-
is we report to Thresher that we have Collins. That he is linked to Ghost. And that she take care of it. And then she will do what she wishes to take care of it from there.
And you believe that'll be the end of all our problems?
I believe that that will be what we are assigned to do.
Our job
And
will be
we'll give her a lead that may benefit us.
But what about your apartment, Summer? What about those people that
The feds?
found out? I don't know that they're feds, but
Black vans?
how are they connected to all of this?
Black
I've heard a
Rat.
couple of horror stories.
Pretty sure everyone's heard of the old joke of black helicopters sweeping people away in the night.
Yes, this is the first of me hearing about Black Vans.
When you want to bag someone, that's what they do in the movies, don't they? It's
In
a little
some,
on the nose.
I think
so
whoever those people are, they're the real threat.
And my sire's already aware of it.
hmm,
Ah, well, that's a relief.
it is. There's something definitely covering that up. Because I did a bit of digging because I was kind of curious. Apparently, there was a hit in the area of your apartment, Miss Love.
A hit by whom?
The information is very vague. No one knows who was hit, and no one knows who did the hit.
It's a little weird.
Summer,
But there's definitely no reports of black vans.
Summer, would you do me a favor and roll me a intelligence resolve, please?
Yes.
And I'll give you a +2 on this one.
Okay. Oh, come on.
No, that'll be enough. That'll be enough. You're pretty sure you're both talking about the same incident. You're just getting different perspectives. It's a case of there's 3 sides to this story. Yours, mine, and the water cooler. You got the first-hand perspective of them coming after you. What Doc is talking about is how the rest of the world has perceived that incident.
So we are dealing with something that's got a lot of influence here. A techie who is on par with Susie's skills. Black vans show up at my apartment because they've tracked the laptop somehow, and then have the influence to cover it up in the public eye. We're not dealing with just messy kindred. This goes beyond that. This sounds like a lot of the horror stories that my sires told me about some of the other cities that have been ransacked by Inquisition.
Hmm.
Just that word. You all know before your embraces that the Inquisition had a presence inside of San Jose. And realizing that you have just had a brush with them. That you were tied into something that they may have been looking at. An emphasis on how careful you have to be. The Inquisition isn't a theoretical or a boogeyman being told from our sires. It is unequivocal fact in the
This
city
is
of San
real.
Antonio. And they're
The
far more.
Inquisition is real, and we can't ignore them.
No, we can't.
That's what I've been saying. They're the real danger, the real threat.
They're one of
And-
many.
And those who leak information are also a part of that threat. We really should have apprehended Ghost when we had the chance.
Oh, I didn't see you climbing up to provide me backup somewhere. I was the only one there. I made a decision. And now I have to live with it.
I sincerely
Um,
apologize.
I can only do what I think is right, and she strikes me as a lost child who's just looking for something to make sense of the life she's living. I didn't really see any malice or ill intent from
How
her.
closely were you reading between the lines?
I like to think I'm a fairly good judge of character.
And perhaps you are.
We
I
will
don't know
see
your
what.
skills well enough yet.
I also think it's a little unhealthy to, even though it may be prudent, to mistrust everyone around you. But you have to trust someone with something at some point. Can't do everything by yourself.
And you're probably right.
Only time will tell at this point.
But she knows. And she's pointing to the picture of the police officer she's pulled out of the manila folder. She knows about our cop.
Did she mention cop?
This is from her. Who else knew about this besides the person we contacted, which was Collins' source?
Well, he said he had 2 sources.
Did he?
That's what she implied, yes.
He has, from what he said and what she implied, she was giving Collins information, and so was a second source. So what were the odds
Specifically,
that she just happened to piggyback on that? And there was actually a third person.
Elliot,
oh, I don't
Elliot.
know.
Elliot, you saw the duffel bag, right? You went through the papers, if I recall.
Yes, I was the main person going through the duffel bag.
Roll me an intelligence resolve.
So how would I do that? Just click intelligence.
And the second one that you're going to add is resolve.
Understood.
I'm going to ask it.
Successes and a crit.
Ooh, nice. 6
It is a
successes.
crit, yeah.
6 successes. Elliot, think about it. You think about the knowledge you know, and you think about the events. And you recall the one image of a thin figure hoisting somebody up by the throat, whose image could not be recorded. And then it makes sense. Somehow, Collins got a handle on that. He might have followed the lead. When Ghost realized she was being tracked, and somebody was observing her movements, she decided to turn the tables. Collins was being used. But Collins was being used by Ghost to try and out those who were investigating her.
I think I pieced it together. I think someone got the picture on Ghost, because remember that picture about the thin person? It matches Ghost's description. Then Ghost found out that Collins was after her, so she's using him to turn the tables. So he was just the go-between in the call. So now there's something even worse going on. Now we have a bigger problem.
We've always had a big problem. The only question we have now is it appropriate to talk to Thresher? My suggestion is yes.
Of course, we have to show her we got Samuel and tell her about this Inquisition. I suppose we should also tell her about Ghost.
Exactly.
So, I'm all for bringing Thresher back. I just don't know how to get into contact.
I will go to the comedy bar. Or we could all go and stay and wait until she arrives. I'm
I
sure
think
she'll
we
know.
all should go. This is brought to us as a coterie. The whole coterie should be there.
Well, Susie isn't here at the moment, so might need to put it off for a little until we can Shanghai Susie with us.
I'm sure Thresher
Susie's
would
indisposed.
understand.
Susie's indisposed, making sure that we are safe. I'm sure Thresher will understand. With the full report, of course. On top of that, once we have reported to Thresher, my sires also asked for a full report. So, I'm hoping this is enough to kind of get us out of hot water for on my behalf, on my doing.
Well then,
We should.
let's get going.
All right. There's plenty of room in my car.
Can take one person.
I'll take the bike. He says as he does give a glare at Summer. Then he walks to the bike.
Miss Love, could
Did you have to fight or something?
Not to my knowledge.
Miss Love,
Great.
could you drop me off at my clinic? I want to keep tabs on the cop.
Are we not going together?
You all can go. I want to keep an eye on him.
I could make an excuse for Susie. I don't know that I can make an excuse for you.
I will take whatever comes of me. But I feel better keeping an eye on him myself at this point.
Oh, we do have to tell Thresher about him, right?
That's my intent.
There's the excuse. You have Susie keeping an eye on Collins. Doc's keeping an eye on him. It's not like Doc's not there because he's not doing anything. He's keeping an eye on someone who's involved. Potentially involved.
All right. Elliot, I think you had something to say.
Oh no, he's already gone to the bike. He's out of earshot now.
Summer, you kind of look around and realize he has pulled a Batman.
Well,
Whatever that is, you two can solve later. Get going.
So, anything else before we move on?
Summer's actually going to take a moment and go over to the bike.
Elliot, Lila, you see Summer walking over to you, seems purposefully.
Something you need before we leave, Miss Love?
Just that your sheer avoidance of me has been noted.
I just want to get this done and over with.
So do
Him, I
I.
can't speak for.
We'll discuss this.
Do you want to discuss this in private or in front of the group? I was planning to talk in private, but it is up to you.
I will leave that to your discretion. It is your issue to take up with me however it is that you see fit.
We can do it here. It won't take too long if you'll follow me for a second. He'll walk off just a little so they're out of earshot.
What have I done to incur your ire?
As he takes off his glasses and puts them in his pocket, much like I just did. I did not trust you the moment we met, Miss Love. And before the raid on the apartment, I saw you put a piece of the evidence in your jacket and hide it. I do not trust you, but I do respect you enough to not call you out in front of the coterie.
No.
Give me a reason to trust you and tell me, at the bare minimum, what was it that you hid? I don't care the reason why, I just want to know what.
First of all, no, this wasn't a private matter. You have made it very clear in front of the rest of the coterie that you have some kind of ill will towards me. You have not been as vague as you had hoped. I can read straight through you. Secondly, the piece of evidence that I took was my concern and my concern alone.
Then I will leave this at this. I will never trust a single word you say, but I will at least agree with the majority. Now let us get this done. As
Let
he will
me
walk
make
off.
one thing clear, Elliot. I don't take kindly to disrespect.
This is why I didn't bring it up in front of the group and call you out. All they need to know is I do not trust you. They
You
do not need to know
shouldn't.
the reason why.
You shouldn't trust any kindred. Not their word, but their actions. Trust what they will do, and they will never fail you.
And why would I trust someone who hides information from us all, especially on matters as important as this?
Because despite what you think of me, I am actually thinking about your well-being. And what we could benefit from. I do not tell you because I am afraid that what you say in front of others will ultimately cost more kindred lives. Right now, we, the Midnight Menagerie, are a collection of individuals born for the sole purpose of being a beacon of hope to the rest of this entire society. If we can't fulfill that command from our prince, then what are we?
at least to the public. But among the group, you know where I stand. And this will be the end of this conversation. We have things to do. And he will turn and leave and go to the bank.
Finally get things settled.
Of a sort. But things will not be ironed out in a day.
Nothing ever is.
And Summer goes to her car after fuming for a moment.
It's hard not to.
Lila's waiting until Summer gets back to the car before she takes off.
Fair enough. And we go back to where we all started. San Jose Improv. A odd gathering place. And the evening here echoes like the first time you were here. In fact, you're pretty sure it's the same comedian.
Oh.
With the terrible jokes, the occasional drink thrown across the room, Adam shattering against the brick wall of which he stands in front of. Trying to continue
Wasting business.
Trying to continue on with this set. Takes a moment as you all enter in. Well, the four of you enter in. It doesn't take much for you to end up being able to spot Thresher. The long flowing hair, no white hair, mixed with a revealing outfit and darker complexion, it brings an allure that is somewhat on par with Miss Love. Miss Love, you probably wouldn't be caught dead in that outfit, but the fact of the matter is that she makes it work. But Thresher seems to be observing the comedian with a small smirk, as occasionally he's got duck and dodge, not just a rude comment in the heckler, but the occasional thrown glass or shoe or something of the other.
Good evening.
Miss Love. Welcome. Why don't you end up taking a seat with you and your companions? It's good to end up seeing you once again. You seem to be missing too.
They are predisposed with matters that do concern our report.
Oh. But then that just makes things so much more fun. I hope that the evenings weren't too difficult.
No, not at all.
She smirks. You know that kind of smirk. Love, it's somebody who's convinced they're on the inside track and are just more loving the idea of going through the numbers than it is with a foreseen outcome.
Hmm. One of which is that we have Collins in custody.
Do you know?
Yes, and Miss Johnson is looking after him currently.
Isn't that just absolutely fantastic? I absolutely love it. Now, how about... So, what you intend to do?
Well, we've collected all of the information that we have from him. And so we've come to you for us providing you with the report. And then we'll see fit to what needs to happen next, as per your request.
Don't keep me waiting with anticipation. Why don't you just
And-
end up telling me now?
And so I go over what we found in the duffel bag, on the computer. What briefly you were able to see on the computer, and leave out anything that maybe implicates Temptation's End.
Now, Summer, I'm going to have to ask for you to be a little bit more specific than hand waving. I'm going to tell you why.
Okay.
This is going to be one of those devils in the details. Because Thresher is not what I would call a butter knife wit.
Mm-hmm.
Thresher's been around
So-
a while. So,
Yeah, I don't recall it all myself.
it's okay. It's the details as far as like what was on the laptop and all that, I have no problem with. You not telling about Temptation's End, I have no problem with. But you're going to need to kind of lay out how your understanding of the events and what your coterie has managed to do.
We started off with the leads that you provided us with the home address of Mr. Collins. However, we found that his home was already being torn through. And so we apprehended that individual as well and have them they're in a state where they can't speak at the moment. Alive, but not able to speak. So anything more from them directly is on a pause for the moment. However, what they were collecting from Mr. Collins' apartment was a collection of dossiers and things that had been provided to Mr. Collins as information to follow leads for. And so, in doing so, we found the source of his leads. Or perhaps just one source. And that was a person named Ghost.
Thresher kind of quirks an eyebrow. Continues to listen.
We met Ghost. But she disappeared into the night.
That is concerning.
It is.
Well, we will end up seeing on what it is that we can end up doing as far as dealing with this situation. And Summer, I would like you, with the assistance of anybody who's willing to offer, who's in the room at this time, a wit's insight.
Ooh, I'm definitely good at those.
I'll assist in that.
Yeah, I have insight.
Would my sense motive work in this instance?
Yes. Yes, it will.
Okay. So I get 2 assists,
Yep.
and then sense motive. Okay.
Now, that is 5.
Mhm.
Now, Summer, I'm going to give you information. This is more of a degrees of success rather than pass or fail. So if you want, you can roll to try and end up fishing for a crit or get a little bit extra. Or you can succeed at a final cost.
What would that cost be?
There are some things you really wish you didn't know. Sometimes knowing something and is just as dangerous as not knowing something.
Hmm.
So you will get a margin of insight. Just something that you may not want to know. Or you can just roll successes. Or you can just take it as is.
I'll take the cost.
Something's wrong. Thresher might be playing it up. But Thresher knew. She already knew about Ghost. She already knew about where the leak was coming from. She let it happen. No. She made it happen.
I'm kind of thinking to myself, I kind of suspected all along. Her face just says everything I need to know.
But then a thought may be coming in. Thresher is Seneschal Brax's woman. And you guys needed to be tested. And now the Camarilla has a very good idea on what the Second Inquisition would do. This whole thing was to dangle you in front of the Second Inquisition, just to see what they could do.
If Summer wasn't sitting up straight, she's sitting up straighter now. I hope the report is to your satisfactory.
It is. I think that you'll be quite surprised. Now, there are a few complications that need to end up being settled. Truth is that I am aware that a few situations have ended up making you wander outside the parameters of your mission, including going towards Owen. Is this not the case?
I take full responsibility for that myself.
You know that's not how this operates.
I did so without my coteries' consent.
Roll me a charisma persuasion. No, your good looks merit does not apply here.
Okay. It's 4.
Well, congratulations. I will end up simply here saying that there's two things that must be done. The first is to end up congratulating you on a job well done.
Thank you.
And the Camarilla rewards their own. And given your recent loss of abodes, we would like to end up making it up to you. And after such a long, hard couple nights, I think that you end up needing a chance to settle down. All this excitement is not healthy for one so young such as yourselves.
Of course.
She reaches into her purse and tosses a couple of keys down. They're attached on a key ring with a small piece of paper with a hole in it threaded through to go with the keys. Looks like an address. Consider these your new digs. And after proper ceremony, you'll end up finding that there will be acknowledgement of domain. Your own hunting grounds. After all, you've just proven your responsibility to the whole of the Camarilla. It cannot be said that you're resting on your laurels, not for a while at this point. So congratulations, you end up having this going for you. And I will end up suggesting that you invite your sires and probably end up having a bit of a shindig, end up making the place good and prepared.
A sort of housewarming party.
And there, in front of all your sires, you will end up devouring Mr. Collins to ensure his silence.
All right.
Can't have you starving yourselves.
Certainly not.
As far as this other cat burglar, make use of him. I have a suspicion you're going to end up needing somebody along who's going to keep everything in line. After we have a moment with him. After all, there are some curious points to deal with, in which case he'll be returned to you, and I think you end up needing to figuring out how to end up doing this on a larger scale, if you take my meaning.
Do I take her meaning?
You get the impression they're implying that you are, after they do a little bit of work on him, they want you to be the individual's dominer. Sweep him under the rug and put him to use.
How very generous.
Sometimes there's the little things that matter.
This is true.
Now, that being said, you best go and take a look at your new abode. Get familiar with the grounds. Take a couple months just getting used to feeding out there. It'd end up being a bit difficult when you end up moving to a new section of the city that you're not familiar with. After all, between your sires and all that, we will make plenty of time to make sure that everyone knows that is your feeding grounds. And it's close enough to the action that you've already experienced that you know what you're getting into. A rarefied bonus, if I did say so myself. So with that, any other questions?
I have no further questions.
Don't have any.
Fantastic. So how about you all end up here heading out of here? You're interrupting my show. She
Of course.
proceeds to lean back as she watches somebody who's now trying to literally pull this man off the stage, trying to cover him as apparently it said something so insensitive that now they are burying the stage. There are people who are throwing the folding chairs onto the stage, Adam.
Oh no.
I guess he's finally getting his comeuppance for his bad.
And now I see why you keep him around. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
I will. That being said, out in the clinic, not too far away, Doc Saturday is currently looking over a patient. His jaw has been surgically placed back in and pinned. The stitches are still fresh, Doc. You're looking over this individual. And when you come in, there's a part of you that hungers. Oh, wouldn't it be nice to take a bite out of the living? Vitals seem to stabilize. You check the charts. And then you hear the door latch. Somebody just closed the door, and when you turn, you see a figure. Dark, long hair, dark lipstick and pale, vacant eyes. With a small amount of teeth coming out of the side of her jaw. The figure you saw before. She's leering over the bed.
I did not expect to see you here. Do you know this individual?
I knew him. At one point. She
I see.
leans over him, her hair drapes over his face. And you see when she opens her mouth is able to open wider than you would ever see. You're pretty sure her jaw might be a hinged jaw. More like a snake than a human jaw when she opens her mouth wide to reveal these long... I wouldn't even call it fangs. More like she has normal human teeth directly in front, but underneath are fangs, teeth, just long, wide, more like something you would end up finding out of a tiger as she leans over him. As though just wanting to try swallow his head whole. Or she closes her mouth and just kisses him on the top of the forehead. Or she stands.
You should
Go ahead.
be careful doing that in front of anyone else.
If it was anyone else, no one would be seeing me.
Fair enough.
She stands and then looks to you. I just thought I'd say goodbye.
Doc ends up looking towards Doc and says, I will make sure he recover as much as.
She has her back turned to you. And she starts to walk to the door. She walks out. Doc, you take a minute to kind of process what you just saw. And then maybe you smell it. It's still copper, but it has a distinct aftertaste of ash on the wind. And you look down at the floor, that freshly cleaned floor of an impeccably clean clinic, to just see a few drops of blood dropped upon the floor.
Mm.
And that is where we'll call this session for tonight.
Well done.
God damn.
Well, shit.
We'll be right back to do experience.
Holy
We're just going to do the whole everybody go to the washroom, we'll do what you need to do, and then we're going to end up doing experience thereafter. All right? We'll be right back, everybody. All right, everybody. It's time to end up getting to Stain's experience. Now, I don't think there was any Stains taking this game,
I don't think so.
but
I did recover willpower, though.
fantastic.
Yeah.
That reminds me, I do want to heal up that point of superficial.
All right, we're gladly
Ooh.
doing some bookkeeping while we're starting. Gladly,
In
sure
that-
hungrier.
In that as well, did I make a step towards my ambition?
Good question. Let me try and look past the cat right now.
Bonk.
Yes, you took a step closer to it. You're not quite
Good.
there yet, but you're
Oh no,
getting on
I
the
intend
path.
to make baby steps. Baby
Ow,
steps.
Ow, ow.
Oh,
Those are
baby.
close. Those are close.
Maybe.
Baby.
Yeah. I
Well,
got a cat who's
I-
crawling all over me.
I got my desire completed.
Nice.
I didn't even have a desire this week.
What was your desire, Volvo?
I'll figure out what the fuck happened to the coterie.
Fair.
Summers was pretty simple. Feed.
Mine
That's a
is
little thing.
just for any circumstance whatsoever, get called doctor again. Even if it's sarcastic.
All right. So, with that in mind, we're going to jump to experience. Now, we do experience a little bit differently here in San Jose by Night. We have 5 categories. The first one is just showing up. So everybody who showed up for this session gets 2 points of experience. Yes, we fast track it, and that's because of how the rest of the experience breaks down. We then have 3 points of experience to end up giving out. Now, this is for who pushed the plot, who had the best scene, and then who had the best line. Right? Then there's the 5th dot of experience. That 5th one is a little tricky. You see, these guys are going to end up voting for 3 of the players that they feel should be up
Well-
for bonus experience.
Also, there's 5 of us today.
Mm-hmm.
That is
All
true.
5 of us could go up on the board.
Mm-hmm.
We could, but then I'm breaking. I'm already breaking traditions.
Suggestion? I low it.
Oh, you guys.
We
are
get it.
trying-
All 5 of us get put up.
I'll tell you what. What do I get out of this?
Oh, god damn it. He's doing one of his deals.
All right. I'll tell you what. You know
Our
what?
loving adoration.
All right.
Yes.
All right. You know what? We're going to do this. We're going to do this. Screw it. You know what? Why not? Black Wolf, get the pull up with all 5 of them up. The reason we typically do 6. Don't applaud too much right now. Now you just gave me a reason to crank up the difficulty. They have more resources now. That being said, so there is attendance. Then there's going to be a case of one experience is going for who's the plot mover, one for who had the best scene, one for who had the best line, and the poll, which is currently up. So do get your votes in. Get them in, get them early, get them often. So,
Yep, spend all your channel points.
who pushed the plot?
Fish.
Yeah, I
I'll
feel
say
like it
fish.
was me. I set up the bait and the trap. I was the one who confronted the.
It was my
You had the
idea for
idea to set it up.
I had the
Summer's one who
idea for the
executed it.
bait, though.
Yeah, Summer had the idea for the bait. You
She
two
had the
kind of worked
idea,
together on
but
that.
Fish was the one who talked to Ghost and got a lot of that info, so I gotta vote Fish.
Fish got us the information for Collins. He's the one who went and
Fish
talked to
too.
Ghost.
Fish got Collins and
Fish got
basically helped
Collins,
us complete
period.
the mission.
Yeah, he got Collins, got the info from Collins, got the info from Ghost, so I think Fish earned
Which
it.
set up for the bait.
Okay. Looks like everybody's
Okay.
going fish. Fresh fish on the table. All right,
Fish,
then
fish.
who had the best scene?
I'll go.
I'm gonna put my
good.
hand in the ring.
You can vote yourself in wherever you want. I do it all the time.
Confronting
boy.
Elliot.
Yes. I'd
That
go
was a
Summer
good
for that
scene.
one.
It was good.
Was. Do you guys agree that's the top scene?
Mm.
I'm biased. I like the scene with me and Ghost.
Okay, so those are the two in contention right now.
But yeah, I can't really think of. I also like the confrontation between Elliot and Summer.
Might be my cat who pushed it away. Well, thank you.
I'm going to go with Elliot. What with the Summer and Elliot?
Okay, so same scene, two different characters. Okay, so we got one vote Elliot, one vote Summer, one vote Fishmonger.
I'm going to vote
Kind of
Summer.
want to say it should go to both me and Summer because it really took.
Oh,
two
you
for
are
that
really
scene.
stretching my arm today, aren't you? Okay, you want to do that? Fine. It's going to go to Elliot and Summer, high or low.
I will concede.
Oh, no fun.
All right.
No fun
I'm
at all.
making venture moves over here, y'all.
Alright.
Motherfucking Ventru in and out of fucking character. God damn you.
Maybe.
The progression and growth of my coterie is my utmost priority.
That's a fucking lie. All right. So Elliot, you get that experience. So who is it that gets the best line?
I'll toss
Volvo
mine in
for-
there.
Did she have to drive like a blind woman?
I'll toss mine in
That
there
was
for
a
you.
good
Have a
line.
type, don't you?
Sorry, what
But
was that,
I-
Lila?
I'll toss my hat in there for the you have a type line.
That one was also good, but I gotta give it to Volvo. Mine's going.
I'm
to
going
Volvo.
for the fun.
I will also toot my own horn here. My favorite was they call you Haunt, don't they? No, they call me Fishmonger.
That one was good as well. That one
That's
was also
pretty
good.
I love it. Fishmonger's great. I love him.
Yeah. I love him too.
Do we have?
I'm
you
gonna
have
go
a type?
Fishmonger on that one.
Okay, to Fishmonger. I think that's the winner.
So how many
I'm
Fishmonger?
going.
How many Fishmonger? Two?
Myself and I.
All right.
There was 2 for Volvo though.
2 for Volvo. Lila voted for her own.
Yep.
All right. So high or low?
What you thinking, Ive? I'm kind of thinking low. What you thinking?
Low's fine. I'm low clan. Go low.
Okay.
Still low.
That's high. Unfortunately, nobody's getting experience
Wow.
on that one.
Damn it, Derek, you roll good now.
This is why I conceded, because better to have one go to someone than to not.
Plus, you're playing the politics game, Coffee.
That's the whole point of this experience time.
I
Mhm.
know.
Fuck that. Let chaos reign.
Yes.
Okay.
I will,
Arrows right.
I will
Shenanigans,
become
please.
my own Rashad motherfucking Seraph. Okay.
And it looks like
Summer.
Summer gets the last bit of experience. There we go.
Woo.
All right, off you go, Ken.
They loved me. They really loved me.
They loved you. They loved you.
Great total of 3.
Okay, let's take a look. Who is still on right now? And I think,
No.
well, we got a whole bunch of action going on back there. So I'm going to end up saying thank you very much to everybody who participated in the poll. Thank you for everybody who decided to lurk around, enjoy the story that we've presented tonight. And we will see you next week for episode 4 of San Jose by Night, City of Glass. Till then, my name's Macabre Derek, and say goodnight, everybody.
Nice.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
All hell's about to break loose, and I know it.